Yo, it's kind of loud. What's up? We're back for some more development. Let's make sure that all right. Got the music playing. We can start this action-packed game development. Got quite a bit to do on today's stream. Going to implement some machine guns, assault rifles, shotguns, rocket launchers, and I'll leave it at that. 4 tasks. When they're complete, that will complete a huge milestone for this game. So right now, I'm just implementing the bare bones of the gunplay and gun mechanics, and once the playtest, which will happen hopefully by the end of February. Once that playtest is underway, I will be working on the dedicated server as well as the main menu, which will have weapon customizations. So you'll be able to attach suppressors, scopes, etc. onto your weapons. And of course, key bindings and whatnot. So yeah, that's the goal. But gotta take it one day at a time. Today, let's go and implement. Start off with interesting. I think we'll start off today with shotguns. So just give me a moment to make sure my stream's running, and then we can get this underway. Okay. Actually, want this open on the right side. Got my coffee with me because it's an early morning stream. Alrighty. Okay, so let's start off with let's start off with rocket launchers, and then we'll go to shotguns, some machine guns, and assault rifles. Those are pretty easy. So actually, let's start off with assault rifles because those are the easiest. So for the guns that I have right now are pretty basic. These aren't going to be the final weapons. So let's see. Okay, these two are what the guns are in these 2 folders. So this is the assault rifle. At least this is one of them. That's one of them. And this is the other one. So I think I like this one more. This one has a nice look to it, but I think I'm gonna implement this one first. Or this is just for the, you know, the bare bones. So all the weapons we have now are not gonna be in the final build. These are just to get like gunplay down and everything feeling good until I get some nice looking weapons for the final build. So we'll implement this one. So let's do that right now. We can open up the weapons folder, and the assault rifle is a primary weapon, so let's create a new folder. Matter of fact, let's just duplicate this. Actually, I don't think I can. Alright, new folder it is. Assault rifles. And I don't think I can copy this folder. Can't. And I already know I can't copy the folder, so let's copy this. Wait, is this the folder? No, this is not the right pack. We want to do dark, so this one. Create a new folder, and we can copy these three. And of course, rename this to, and I think I'm just gonna have to move this out here while I rename everything. So assault projectile, call this assault rifle projectile. This will be called this assault rifle. And sniper rifle bullet casing, this will be called assault rifle bullet casing. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch the mesh and everything that comes with it. So we know for the assault rifle, we want this mesh. Right now it has the sniper rifle. We want to switch that over to, it's a mesh, right? It's not a skeleton mesh. No, it is a skeleton mesh. So let's go ahead and switch this over. And use the fire animation. This is a nice pack because it has fire animations. Reload rifle. Looking for fire. Fire shotgun. Here it is. It's nice, see, because everything's animated. So I'm gonna have to do this when I actually, I might not have to do this. They're nice weapons that I'm looking at right now, but they're kind of costly, so I'm working on getting them. And of course, we need the bullet casing class. Bullet casing class. This is the projectile class. Going to use that. Let's see how much damage do we want to do with each bullet. So assault rifle. So I'll say 7 bullets to kill you. I don't want you to die too fast. So if your health is 100 divided by 7, so I'll just say 15. Or we could just copy this to be kind of technical if you want. Ammunition, I'll say 30. Yep, so you start off with 30. And let's see. Crosshair firing weapon, spread value. 6 fine. Just make sure that everything damage value, ammunition. This is an automatic weapon, weapon fire interval threshold. Now, let me try putting this at 0.1. Let's see how that works. Aiming weapon, field of view. This was a sniper rifle, so let's just keep it. Aiming weapon, field of view, interpolation speed. I actually want to copy what I have in the pistol for this. So let's go to secondary weapons, pistols. And we can copy what we have in the pistol. 50 and 10. So the field of views is how much the camera zooms in when you're aiming. Of course, if you have a scope, it'll zoom into the scope, but I don't have scopes yet, so I just set it to 50. And interpolation speed is how fast it zooms in to this field of view. Okay. And of course, this is how fast you can shoot the weapon. So, and then let's change the bullet casing class to bullet casing. And it is a primary weapon. The weapon type is an assault rifle. It is a primary weapon. And we can go ahead and change this to, okay, this is a sniper. This looks like a shotgun. Assault rifle, submachine gun. So I could use this one or this one. This looks like a shotgun as well. I'll just leave it. That looks like a, yeah, I'll just use this one. And I think that's good for the assault rifle. I'm gonna have to switch the bullet casing mesh. So let's go do that. And the projectile mesh. So let's do that real quick. It's very small. See? This is just what flies out of the gun, right? And This is the biggest one. I use the biggest one for the sniper. So let's go a level down for the assault rifle. This is a level down. Of course, this really doesn't matter. You're not really gonna be able to tell, but you know, it's just you're making a game, so why not have a little fun and be really precise with everything. And last but not least is the of the bullet casing class. We need to change the projectile mesh. So this is the biggest bullet I used for sniper rifle. So let's switch it to the, let's go down a level for the assault rifle, and we can just, okay, so this is what's gonna inflict the damage, right? This is what's gonna hit your enemy when you shoot it. When you shoot the weapon, and we can go ahead and move this back to I forgot which folder it was in. It was in here. Right, so let's just try this out, and we can spawn with this. So let's switch it in our character class. Go ahead and switch which weapon we're spawning with. Alright. The primary weapon is going to be the assault rifle. And I'll just go ahead and put a few or two in the world. Right, so like right here. So we can go ahead and test out this assault rifle and see how good it sounds. I think that fire interval is too fast. Gotta switch that fire interval up. Hey Hamza, how you doing? Pray everything's going well with you, man. Go and switch that fire interval. It's kind of too fast. Let's change this to like 0.3. Let's see how this works. think that's too slow. .15. That's too slow. Change this to .12. I'll leave it right there for now. I actually have to put the I need to put a socket on here so that the character holds onto it correctly. There's no, see, the left hand is not holding it correctly. Gotta fix that right quick. And I can remind myself what let's see, secondary weapons. We can just go see the name of this. I just need the name of the socket that I'm using. And I need to exit out, of course, right here. And you just copy this and paste it right. Go ahead and save that. Now when I spawn with a weapon, I need to adjust that socket so that the character holds the gun correctly. That looks about good. Yeah, just like that. Now we can test it out and can be moved over a little bit. It won't be perfect, but I think that's good. I'll leave it like that. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to add some carrying weapon ammunition to the character. So let's add some weapon to the inventory. Let's see. So we'll name this assault rifle, carried ammo, assault rifle, carried ammunition, and we're gonna give the character how many bullets? 90? Yeah. So that's 3 reloads. 30, 60, 90. I'll give you 120. Right. And of course, we have to initialize it. So copy that. This is a assault rifle. We're gonna initialize this with the assault rifle carried ammunition. Okay. There we go. So let's test this out with some clients. The fire. I think it's playing the wrong montage. Yeah, I think that's the wrong one. That's kind of too powerful. Let's see. I don't think I changed the weapon name. Fire weapon right here. So we're using this one. This is submachine gun. She should be using this one. The weapon type is assault rifle, and I believe I don't need this open, and I don't need that open. Weapon type. Yeah, I set it to assault rifle. So, is that the right animation? It looks kind of exaggerated. Let me switch it to a submachine gun and see how that looks like. I'm not gonna have any ammo, but just want to see what this fire animation looks like. Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. It should though. Let me try sniper. I want to make sure it's playing the correct animation. Yeah, it is. If I switch to pistol, yeah, that's the correct animation. Alright, well that's this assault rifle's down. So don't want it to zoom in so much. Let's change that to, what's field of view? Let's change it to like 30. Oh yeah, that's too much. Yeah, I'll leave it at 50. Actually, let me try 70 first. So it zooms in a little bit. I gotta figure out how to make the left hand stick on the weapon. Oh, what? Look at that! I think I broke it. All right, this assault rifle's down. Let's do submachine guns real quick. Matter of fact, I don't think I even have hold on. Do I have submachine guns? I don't think I have submachine guns in this. Need submachine. Wait, I do, but they don't have any fire weapon animations. So I do have submachine guns. They are right here. But there's no animations for it, so I'm gonna need to get some animations for the submachine guns. So I'm not gonna implement submachine guns because they're pretty similar to assault rifles. So I'm gonna move on to shotguns. Or maybe I should do rocket launchers next. Let's see. Shotguns or rocket launchers? Which one's more fun? Let's see. The shotguns that I have are this is the shotgun, right? So let's actually let's go ahead and add that socket to this one as well, because we know we're gonna need it, right? We know we need this right here. So and we can just go ahead and put this right here. because we know it has to be somewhere around here. And the shotgun animation. My pistol. My shotgun. Looks nice. Whoa. Alright. So let's go ahead and implement the shotgun. So the shotgun's a different type of weapon. Right now, all my weapons are projectile weapons, which means they're actually spawning projectiles and shooting them. So like, you actually see the projectiles, right? See that? And it takes time to travel. So if I shoot over there, you see the hit marker is a little bit. See that? So, but the shotgun is going to be different. It's going to be a hit scan, or rather raycast weapon. And I'm going to implement that because I don't want to spawn a lot of shotgun shots. Those little pellets, BBs that come out of the shotgun shell when you shoot it. I know they're called shots. I don't want to spawn a lot of those every time you shoot. So I'm gonna shoot multiple raycasts. That's going to probably be easier if I just show it to you so you can visualize it, right? So this is what I'm gonna do. Let me show it to you with a visualization. Right. So what we're going to do, right, is pretend our character is right here. Right. So this rectangle right here is our character, right? This cube is in front of us, right? So the goal is we're holding a gun pointing this way towards the sphere. So we want to generate a sphere, right, around this size, and within this sphere we want to pick random points, right? So random points. So let's say we can duplicate the sphere and make it smaller and move it up here, and duplicate it, move it over here, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here, right? And let's just, these spheres are going to be all over the place within this larger sphere, right? These represents points, right? These are all the shotgun bullets that we're gonna imitate, right? We're not actually going to spawn these. These are just, these represents how many bullets we're going to make for the shotgun, as well as how they're going to fly out of the barrel, right? So this is what all these spheres represent, right? And so just imagine, okay, so we're right here, and we're aiming our shotgun, and then we fire, right? We fire the shotgun, and then so we generate the sphere first, right? And then within the sphere, this big sphere, we pick random points, however many shotgun shots. So let's just figure that out first. How many shotgun shots does a shotgun bullet have? A shotgun bullet, actually called a shell, right? Shotgun shell. A single shotgun shell can contain hundreds of individual shots. With a standard 12 gauge, holding anywhere from several dozen small first shot pellets to a handful larger buckshot pellets, depending on the load. So let's just say it will spawn 24 or 17 or a dozen. So I'll say between, I'll just say 17, right? Just imagine there's 17 shots, pellets that each shell that our shotgun has is gonna spawn, right? So we shoot, we generate this sphere trace, or this sphere, and then within this sphere we pick 17 random points, right? So we pick 17 random unit vectors, and they'll be pointing in every single direction, right? But that really doesn't matter. They're random, so they'll be pointing in random directions, right? And turn that music back on. And then we get the radius of this sphere, right? And we add the location of each shot to the radius. So, for example, when we get random vectors in the world, for example, this shot will be like, let's say it gets this random vector, so this random location over here, and then the radius of this sphere is, let's say it is 10, just for simplicity's sake. So we're gonna add this vector to the radius of the sphere, right? And then we'll add it to the center. Then we'll add the radius of the sphere plus the location of where this was originally, where this vector was originally like obtained from. We'll add these two, so the location and the radius of this. So the radius plus the vector plus the sphere center, which is this orange dot right here. And that will put this vector wherever it is within the sphere, because we're adding the location that it was at, which is a unit vector of 1, to the radius, right? And then we're adding that to the sphere center. So now we'll do that for each one of these. And then once we do that, we'll create line traces that will go like from where our player is past the sphere, right? And it'll go out for a good length of units. So let's say like 70,000 units into the world, and that will create that shotgun like firing effect, right? Because all of these lines, all of these shots, all of these points are gonna have line traces coming out, and the further the line traces get away from this sphere, the more spread out it will be, right? So if we move this sphere right here, if we generate it right here, and then we shoot over here, if there's a player over here, they'll get hit with less shotgun shots than if we generated this sphere, like let's say this far away from the character, and the opponent was right here, right? Because this is the starting point of where the shotgun shots are going to start spreading apart, where the sphere is. So again, if it's right here, the shotgun shots will start spreading apart from this location. And if there's an enemy right here, there will be less shotgun shots hitting this enemy. However, what we generated like right here, there's less space for these pellets, these shots which are inside the sphere, which are generated inside the sphere, to spread apart. So more pellets, more shots are gonna hit this enemy, inflicting more damage, and each shot is going to inflict a certain amount of damage, and we'll calculate that. So hopefully that helps you understand what the goal is. So let's get to it. Okay, so first things first, I need to I'm going to warm up my coffee because I didn't drink all of it, and it's probably lukewarm right now, and I don't want to drink lukewarm coffee. So, but actually, let's create the weapon class first. It's going to be a raycast weapon, so projectile weapon, we'll create a new one here called raycast weapon, and this will be a child of weapon. So weapon, this will be called raycast weapon. Maybe I can raycast. I wonder if is raycast one word? Definition. It is one word. Okay, raycast. It just looks weird. Is raycast one word? I don't know, man. Yeah, I thought so. Usually, I think it would be written like this, right? But since we can't have dashes, I'll name the class raycast weapon like this. And this will be within, yep. So let's create that class. And I'll be back. I'm going to warm my coffee. Alright. Got my coffee. Ready to get the shotgun ready for some combat. Alright, so first things first, let's refresh our memories by looking at the weapon class. So we're inheriting from this class, and we want to work on firing. So let's look at what firing does. We play the weapon animation, the fire animation. This is off. This is gonna change when I get better weapons. They're not gonna have animations. They're just gonna have, yeah. Let's not get off track. We're playing the animation, and we're spawning a bullet casing. And if we're on the server and the weapon attribute component is valid, we are using the ammunition, right? So we're using the ammunition and ammunition. I can't talk right now. Okay, so we want to override fire weapon, right? So let's go ahead and copy this, and we can actually just put this right here and do the same for the raycast weapon, so they're closer to the weapon class. And this is going to be called raycast weapon, fire weapon. I'm going to delete all that, and we can say super fire weapon. So we're going to call the inherited function passing in hit target, right? So we can play that animation, so we can play the fire animation and do this, as well as use the ammunition. Okay. So now actually I want to put these over here. Okay. What else do we need? Let's look at the weapon again. The constructor. We're doing all of this. Creating an area sphere, weapon mesh, replicating the movement, and creating the weapon attribute component. We want to do all of this, and just in case we want to add stuff onto this class, let's just create a constructor, right? And similar to super, we're going to call a weapon, call the constructor of a weapon. Right, so this is like calling the constructor of the class this inherits from, which is a weapon. That's what we're doing here. And if we want to add stuff on, we can just do that. So let's go ahead and fully qualify the constructor and this function by declaring them in the header file. And let's just copy copy this. And this can be a weapon, and we can delete that. Leave that here. And we need to copy fire. So let's copy this right here. And right. And this is an override. So, okay, now let's think of, oh yeah, right. Let me do this real quick so I can update. Okay, so first things first, we press the fire. We press, the fire. Hold on real quick. Probably won't need this, but I'll just leave it here anyway. Anyway, we press fire. So the first thing that we want to do is create another function, and this function is going to be called. This is under protected. So what's this function? This function is going to take care of generating that sphere that I showed you before and picking all those points within the sphere. So a cool name for this function will be, let's say, and actually I want this to return an F vector, and it's going to be called generate scatter for bullet fire. Generate scatter for bullet fire. No, generate scatter for weapon fire. Generate bullet fire. Wait, generate bullet scatter. Generate bullet scatter for. Oh, just generate bullet scatter. That sounds good. Generate bullet scatter. Right. Generate bullet scatter. Now, this is gonna take some inputs, but I don't know what inputs it's gonna take, so as I'm developing it, I'll think of some inputs to pass in, and this is ultimately gonna be called right here. Now, we know that we have to apply damage because this doesn't shoot a bullet, right? So all the damage will be applied right here in the weapon. Unlike in a projectile weapon where we shoot a bullet and the bullet applies the damage, this doesn't apply. That doesn't apply to this kind of weapon because we're shooting a raycast, a line trace, so will be the damage will be instantaneous. Okay, so let's go ahead and we need to create parameters for the line trace. So I know I'm going to need there's two ways I can do this. I can use get world and create a line trace, or I can use system library, Kismet system library. I don't know the include, but it's somewhere right here. Kismet gameplay statics. Well, I know I'm gonna need this as well, so let's go ahead and copy that. And animation math library. Do I not have system library in here? Well, I know it's in here, so Kismet. Kismet gameplay statics. Man, where's the Kismet system library? Math library, engine, gameplay statics. That's very strange because I know that, right? But for all the raycasts, I'm using it, right? So, see, do I not need a include for that? Does this not need an include? I always thought this needed an include. Let me check one more thing, because I'm pretty sure it needs an include. Yeah, it's right here, so I'm wondering why I don't have it in the other classes. Plus it doesn't need to include. And I just added it there. It's very strange. Yeah, it's not even in here. I guess I don't need it for this class, but I definitely need it for the character class. Unless I don't need it. Let's find out. Kismet. Yeah, see, it doesn't even find it. But as soon as I add it, it's right here. Okay, so I need it for some classes, but not all classes. Wait a minute. I know why. It's because of I think I added it up here. Yeah. It's in a class. I declared it in the class for whatever reason. There's a reason for it, but I don't know what. I don't remember what reason. I'm sure one of the variables uses it. Okay, so we actually do need it in every class. Okay, so let's create it's gonna be a line trace single for objects. Right, and To refresh my memory, let's go to, because I don't remember the syntax, I just want to add all of the different object types that this line trace is going to be looking for. I want to add it here within this function, so I don't add it within the each blueprint, right? So I'm looking for the implementation of footsteps. There it is. But I'm looking for the CPP file. And I don't even think yeah, see, looking for this right here. So let's just go ahead and add this right here. And this is, these are all of the object types that this line trace is going to be looking for in the world. So like static, dynamic, vehicle, physics body. We also need, let's see, so let's open this right there. We have static, dynamic, physics body, vehicle. Let's add destructible. And of course we need character mesh. And this is, I think, e-collision channel. Character mesh. Right, and we can just put a note right here. All the object types which will have a valid hit result. And yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and context object will be this. Where do we want to start this line trace? Okay, so we know we need to get the mesh, right? And we should have, well, I know we have a variable weapon mesh. This is underprotected, so we could use it. So we could say if weapon mesh and let's actually do this up here. If weapon mesh is not valid, return and yeah, this can be right here. So say const, we can create a vector or rather a transform. It doesn't really matter, but let's just start with a transform. Const F transform. A transform stores the location and rotation and scale of whatever you store in it. Const transform, we're going to call this transform. What we're trying to get is this right here, the muzzle flash. So we can call this muzzle flash. Socket transform, and this will be initialized with weapon mesh get socket transform, and the socket transform is going to be called muzzle flash, right? Muzzle flash. Okay, so we have to transform. Okay, so I have to transform. So let's create, from this transform we can create the starting location of the line trace. This is okay, yeah, and create a const f vector. We can call this start, right? And we can initialize start with dot location. I believe it has get location. All right. So go ahead and put start in here. Next we need the end. Now the end is a vector that's pointing to the hit target right from start. So or hold on, I think I'm doing this wrong. For end, right? So const f vector end. I'm gonna initialize end with this, right? Because this is gonna generate each time we call this. And hold on a second. So we fire a shotgun, right? This needs to be called however many bullets, or rather however many pellets or shots the shell of the shotgun is holding. That's how many times this is gonna have to be called, right? So we're gonna have to generate these line traces however many times, however many shots we have in the shell of the shotgun. So we actually, let me think about this real quick. because we press fire one time. Let's say we press the mouse button one time to fire. Boom. We enter this. Hit the start. So all of this needs to be inside of a for loop, because we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to do all of this, or rather, generate the line trace multiple times, because we're gonna be generating multiple line traces, right? And each of those are gonna inflict damage. So, but I don't want to only do this. I don't want to make it so that every weapon that uses this class has to do this. So I'm going to create a variable right, and I'm actually just going to pragma region. This would be called variables, and pragma region. Now let's just gonna copy this. And no, I don't need all this. Wait a minute. Okay. So this is going to be called it's going to be a boolean, and actually I want to put this under the weapon attribute component, right? So yeah. Weapon attribute component can hold this. And I'll just copy this right here. And this can be a boolean, and it can be called B use weapon scatter. But projectile weapons have this as well, so let's not put this in the weapon attributes component. I'll actually leave this in the weapon class, in the raycast weapon class. Yeah, so I'll leave it right here under weapon, and the category will be, I guess, weapon scatter, bullet scatter. Right, B use bullet scatter. And we fire the weapon, we're gonna have to do this, and this is fine. And then after we do that, this is where the for loop starts, right? So if this boolean, this boolean is true, then we're going to do stuff in here. Otherwise, I'm gonna do stuff in here. So if just put a note in here, the weapon uses bullet scatter multiple line traces, multiple ray casts will be generated to imitate the scatter of bullets. Think of a shotgun. Otherwise, a single ray cast will be generated each time the weapon is fired. Okay. So let's so now we need to create another variable. Oh, this can be an integer, unsigned integer, right? Unsigned integer, 32 bits, and this can be called number of bullets to scatter. Right. Let's create a for loop. It's gonna be an integer. I'll call this index, and then we're going to index. This is the for loop, and index is less than or equal to number of bullets to scatter, index plus plus, right? So let's actually declare this up here, and it's not going to be constant because we're going to change the value of this down here. The end location of the respective raycast that is generated. Actually, I think I want to do this in here, right? Wait, no. If we are using bullet scatter, I'll use this function. Otherwise, the end location will be the hit target. Right. So what we can do is initialize end with this right here. You can say, is this, if this is true, if so, end equals this. Otherwise, end will equal, if bullet scatter is not true, end will equal the hit target. Right. So if we're using bullet scatter, whichever vector we get from here is going to be equal to end. Otherwise, hit target will be what's initialize end. So within this is where we want to do the for loop, right? So let's copy this. In here, I want to think about this for a few more seconds before I commit to that. Because if I do it up here, I don't think this is gonna work. I'm gonna have to set end in here. Right, each of these is gonna have to set end. So let's just, okay, so end is gonna be set in here. So we're gonna do multiple raycasts in here. So what we can do is copy this in here, and actually this right here we can paste this up. Where can we paste this? Let's paste it up here. Right, so we initialize this array first before we do any of this. And we know we're gonna have to put end in here. So each time we're gonna get into the for loop, and each time we enter the we're gonna do enter the for loop, and each time we do this, we're gonna set end here, and then we're gonna generate the raycast here. So we can put this right here. And what's next? Object types, we got this. That's what this array is for. So put that right there. Trace complex, let's put false. Actors to ignore. Put an empty T array. Of actors to ignore. Sure, why not? Let's do this so we can see the line traces. And the out hit, let's create an out hit, and so let's think about this. Each time we're going to enter this, and we're going to do multiple raycasts. Each time we do a raycast, we'll be setting this out hit that we create in here. So right? So before we enter the next line trace, we're gonna have to make sure if there's a hit, we store that the character that gets hit before we set this to equal the next hit result, right? Ignore self. Yeah, we don't want to damage ourselves, so yeah, let's just ignore ourselves. Wait, no, this is the weapon. Yeah, so let's just ignore ourselves. Okay. Now, what we're gonna do is check if this has a blocking hit. Right? This has a blocking hit. We're going to just write a note. There is a blocking hit on the current raycast. Check to see if a character of type A animation entertainment character is the actor that was hit. If this is the case, what do we want to do? Store said character within the map, and we'll create a map along with how many times it was hit. Okay, so we need to create a map, and I'm not sure if the map's gonna have to use the map. So yeah, let's just create the map out here. It's gonna be called a T map. The key is going to be this is going to be the key, and the value it's going to return, it's going to be an unsigned int 32. And this will be called damaged character map. And of course I need to include, ooh, it's too quiet in here. Play some music, man. Oh, let's include this. Okay. And let's go ahead and okay, so let's do this. We're gonna say if, so we know we hit something. Now we're gonna check if what we hit is a character. So I'm gonna say if out hit dot get actor equals let's see, I don't want to cast every time there's a hit, but until, oh wait, no, I could think of here. I did, and here I checked if the character implements okay, so basically I created an interface, right? And I set it so that the character implements it, right? And I even put a note here that says can be used for interactive events when generated crosshairs point at an animation, right? So when we point out our crosshairs at a character that implements this interface, we can use that. We can check if the character that we're hitting implements this interface, and then if it does, we can do basically whatever we want, right? So in the combat component, right here, we're checking if the out hit implements this interface, and if it does, then we're setting the crosshairs to green, right? So like this, for example, you see, and we're not casting, and the only actor that's implementing this interface is my characters, right? The animation entertainment character. So instead of casting, we can use that, check if we implement this interface. So let's just copy this, and this way we don't have to cast every time we are doing this, which will save in a lot of performance, unless this casts under the hood. But as far as I know, I don't think it does. So checking if the character implements this interface, and if it does, what we're gonna do is get this map, and then we're gonna check, we're gonna say if this map contains this, returns an actor. So might have to change this. Hold on, because I don't think I didn't cast over here either in the combat component. So it has to cast. I don't know how it checks. Let's just see if this will work. So if this actor that we just hit implements this interface, we're gonna see if this map contains this character already. So if we hit this character before, like if this is the second time we hit this character that we just hit, so we're gonna say if it contains thought so. It wants me to cast. So the only thing I can do I think that's what I didn't do. I should have put a pointer. Nope. It still wants me to cast, so okay. So this map contains the character that we just hit. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get this map, indexing this, and we're gonna increment it. So let's put a note here. If this is the second, if this is not the, if this is not the first time a character, if this is not the first time an animation entertainment character is being hit by a ray cast, increment the value stored with the respective increment the unsigned int 32 value stored with the respective character. Said value will be used to calculate the damage to apply to said character. Okay. Else, so if this is the first time we're hitting the character, we're going to otherwise add the respective character into the map and increment the value paired with said character. Right, so this is the first time we're hitting this actor, basically a character. We're going to get this damage character map, and we're going to add this character into it, and of course we need to increment that, right? So we added it onto it, and then we could just check, we just do this again. Then we say if it contains this out hit, if it contains this character that we just hit for the first time, then we're gonna increment it, right? So this is all within the for loop. Okay, so we're gonna do this. And right here, let's just write continue. So after we do this, let's go to the second. Where is it? Oh, here we are. After we get a hit, let's create the second line trace, right? And we can do the same thing right here. Okay, so we're gonna do this however many times this is whatever values in here, and then first I think I need to, okay, so we're gonna do this, and then after we get to the maximum amount of scattered bullets, we're going to, where do we break out of this? Break out of it right here. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna create another function down here. It's gonna be called void calculate damage, calculate and apply damage, calculate and apply damage to hit, calculate and apply damage to respective characters. And this is going to take a const tmap reference, a const tmap of this, let me just copy this. And we're gonna call this damaged character map reference. And we're only gonna do this on the server. So let's go ahead and put this right here. And I'm gonna get some water real quick. All right, back. That's dehydrated with the H2O. All right, so I actually want to do all of this on the server alone, right? Actually, no, only if we're in the server. Okay, so we'll say apply damage only on the server. Base. Okay. So we're gonna say if has authority we're gonna call calculate and apply damage, right? Passing in this. So that means this needs to exist. Wait a minute, we're still in the for loop. No, yeah, so no, we're not in the for loop. So we exited out of the for loop right here. So we just put a note. End of loop. Under for loop. Oh. Yeah, just put this right here so I don't confuse myself. So this is not in the for loop. So if we're on the server, this is the end of the for loop, and this exists outside of the for loop. We're filling it in here. We can go ahead and pass this in. Right. Passing in the damage character map, and we fully qualified it. So we pass it in. We're gonna calculate the damage here. And okay. But actually, I want to do it down here. Wait, no. It's fine. We can do it right here. So you see, what I want to do is, I think I want to actually declare this in the header file in the class so that I can use this function one time here. So that's what I want to do, because I don't want to call apply damage twice. So I'll call right here, if we're on the server, apply damage. And I'll take this out. And actually, let me go ahead and this will be right here. I'm gonna have to create another region. Pragma region, and I'll call this BP variables, right? Pragma and region, and I'll create another region here for Actually, this is what, hold on. So we're in the variables region. This is others. Let's go ahead and cut that. This is the blueprint variables. We have the others right here. Okay. Let's remove this. And then we can copy, just copy this right here. Let's say right. So if we use bullet scatter, we're gonna tally up the damage for all the respective characters that we just hit. Otherwise, we'll just implement damage to the one character that we hit. We're not using scatter. Now, this is if we're not using scatter. So if we're not using scatter, we want to still want to do this, and yep, so we could copy this right here, paste it here, this is, I'm probably gonna make this into its own function, because this is a pretty lengthy looking function. I don't like it. I don't want it to be like so lengthy like this. It'd be easier to like read if this was like, if this right here was like a function, and then this was a function. But I probably won't do that. It's not too bad, as long as I don't continue on, you know. So let's set the end. The end will be the hit target. Right. And actually, we don't want to just set it at the hit target. We want to move it a little bit past the hit target, so that we make sure we get an actual hit. Because if the line ends exactly at the surface of the hit target, it might not work. So let's create a vector, const f vector. We're gonna call this offset and forward. Right, and this will be initialized with, we could just put a note right here, offset the end point of the raycast forward a bit past the surface of the hit target so that a valid impact point can be assured if there is an actual hit. Okay, so how are we gonna move it forward? We're gonna say it would help if I just used that's what I'm gonna do. I don't want to. Yeah, I'll just copy the helper function from here. So we're going to go to move vector forward. Just copy this real quick. Actually, let me just copy all these, and I'll only let me put that, yeah, put it right here. This is core. So I'll put it on top of core. Right, and then just copy this. Create another region right here. Right, so this will keep everything nice and organized. And we can copy the definitions as well to save some time. I need the math library, so I'll get that after I copy this function. And these are just helper functions that I use. Oh, I copied it in the wrong one. Yikes. Should be up here. Now I need the math library, so let's get that Kismet math library, and I know that's here. So Kismet math library. I'm gonna need this as well, so let's just copy that while we're at it. And let's get the math library. There it is. And before I forget, I need to set this right here. Begin playing tech. So I'm just gonna copy these two. And paste those under the constructor. And we can call super begin play and yep, that should be good. Now we got the helper function. We draw the debug sphere. And okay, so right here we just say move vector forward, and the starting location will be the hit target. The rotation will be I think I need another helper function because I need to get, or let's get the rotation up here. Just set the rotation up here. We can say const f vector direction to hit target from weapon, or rather from, let's see, muzzle flash socket. And we can say this is equal to hit target minus start, right? Minus start. This will give us a vector that points towards the hit target from the weapon barrel. And this should actually be normalized. So let's just say normalize direction to hit target from weapon barrel socket. Normalize direction to hit target from muzzle flash socket. Right, put these in parentheses. And then dot get safe normal should give us the normalized vector. Okay. And then for the rotation, we can get this and say the rotation. So we're converting this vector to a rotation, and so this is the start, move vector forward, hit target. So we're getting the direction towards this hit target from the weapon barrel, and then we're moving that vector forward using this rotation, right? And let's move it forward by like 10 units, right? And then we can say end equals this, right? and then we can check. Let's move this line of, let's move this right here, and right here we can get the direction towards the hit target from the weapon. Muzzle flash socket. Okay. Now we can say there's a, if we hit something, right, we can check to see. We can still use this right here. Let's copy this. And of course, I don't need all that. So if we hit somebody, we can just call this. Well, let me write notes here. I'm gonna say spawn impact particles yeah. So this is why I wanted to make these like their own function, right? So like this will be its own function, and then this will be its own function, because I'm gonna have to spawn the impact particles here as well, and as well as apply damage, right? So first I'm just gonna implement it like this, then I'll refactor it to its own function. So right here I'll just write spawn impact particles, and I'll write apply damage. What else? You copy this. Right here, I can write spawn impact particles and apply damage. What else I need to do? I want to use some bullet trails, right? So spawn impact particles. Before that, I want to spawn bullet trails, right? These are gonna, think of chemtrails, right? From a jet or airplane. They're gonna be similar to that, except they're gonna be coming from the back of the bullet instead of a plane. Chemtrails, impact particles, apply damage, and I think that's it, right? Because we're only creating one line trace here every time we fire the weapon, while here we're creating multiple because we're using the scatter. So I think this is cool. So right here, okay. This applies damage. Okay, so where do I want? How do I want to proceed from here? Do I want to spawn the impact particles first, or damage or bullet trails? So I already got the firing down, so we're creating the the raycast, right? So let me change this right here to that. Okay, so let's start first with the more simple, which is the bullet trails. Let's create a function. Call this a void. And we're gonna name this function spawn bullet trails. Then that's how yeah. So stupid right now. That's how you spell trails, right? Trials, trails. Oh man. Chemtrails. Yeah, see? So let's fully qualify this by declaring this in the header file, the class. Right? Spawn bullet trails. Now we know to spawn the bullet trails. We need a what's the name of this pointer? Particle system. U particle X. This is the name of the class. Particle system. Right. And it's also in the header file. That's right. Wait, no, it's in the projectile class, not the weapon class. The projectile class is under weapons right here. Wait a minute. Where is it? I think it is under the weapon. It is under the weapon class. I'm tripping. So let's go back to weapon. It is under right. It's under the bullet projectile weapon. Bullet projectile class. Not that's why I got confused. And that is under projectile bullet, I meant. Projectile right here, right here. And I'm really losing it. It's on a projectile, not projectile bullet. That's under intermediaries. So let's intermediaries. Let's see, where is projectile? It's right here. But we want the class file. It's right here. So it is a U particle system, right? We need these two. Particle system component and particle system. So U particle system. Man, we just copy it from projectile. And we know we need so right here we need these two. I named it trail, but I could change it to tracer. No, it is a trail, it's not a tracer. A tracer is like a shorter thank you J Cho. Thanks. Tracer is shorter. Like if I shoot this weapon, you see it's a bit shorter. Think of a trail as a line that goes from the bullet, from the weapon muzzle to the end point. Right? So, okay, we got these two. Let's copy this. And we can put these under these are blueprint variables, you know. So let's put these under here. But they're also pointers. So I think I want to create another region for pointers. Pragma region pointers. Pragma end region. Wait. And we could put it right here. And we can call this bullet trails. And we can call this bullet trails particle component. Okay. So we're gonna spawn the bullet trails. And so we're gonna check if first, of course we have to check pointers. This is valid. Then we're gonna go in here and say U gameplay statics spawn emitter at location because we're not doing it from a projectile. We're not shooting a projectile out of the bullet. We're just creating like ray casts, right? So and then we need a world, right? So we can say create a local view world pointer called world, and we can initialize this world with get world, and we can check if world is valid and bullet trails is valid, and then we can pass in world as the first parameter. And we see that this returns the U particle system component, and we're gonna need this to set the end vector of the trails. So we can say this, we can initialize, actually we can't initialize it because it's a global variable, so we can just set it equal to, hold on a minute, every time we create, I want this to be local, I don't want this to be this will be local, so that every time we create one, we create a new one. Yeah. So a U particle system component, bullet trails particle system, and we're gonna initialize this with basically this, everything that's gonna go in here. So world, let's put that as colon right there. And we need a U particle system, right? Which is this one. And F transform, spawn transform. Spawn transform. So I think I need to pass that in. Const F transform. I'm gonna call this const F transform, and this is going to be right here. No, right here. We're gonna use the muzzle flash. Muzzle flash socket transform reference. Right. This is the transform that we're gonna use to spawn the bullet trails. So we can pass this in. And auto destroy. Do I want to auto destroy it? Yeah, I'll leave it at true for now. If I don't like the way it looks, I'll edit that. So for now, I think this is good. And then right, I'm gonna check right here if this is valid. And I know I need to I think it's get instance. Right, I need to get the include file, projectile. For that we need okay, I didn't use it here, so the include's not included here. Might have to do a quick Google search. And the include is right here. Wait a minute, I don't think it has. I think I can just do this. Set vector parameter. Yeah. Yikes. Let's there we go. And the vector parameter will be, I'm gonna have to go to my other project and get the files. Fname text. And let me go to my other project and get the files. So this is the prototype that I created 2 years ago for this game. And this vector parameter is basically the end location of the bullet trails. So we're gonna need another input parameter, const vector reference, and this is going to be called bullet trails and location. Wait, what is this for again? All right, I'm telling you, man, I'm losing it. Actually, I'm not losing it. I refuse that in Jesus Christ's name. I didn't mean to say that. I'm thinking about other stuff, other things right now, and I'm getting distracted. Let's see. Now where to make it easier for me, I can go to see what my weapons are. Gotta remember where I put my weapons. Right. Here it is. So this is what I need, and the vector parameter is I'm trying to find the vector name. Where is it? Okay, this is interesting. It should be right here. This is the texture. This is the material that's using texture. I think target. Yeah. Alright. So let's go ahead and what we're gonna do is migrate this and we're gonna migrate this over here. Right. And we can minimize that. And let's, what did it? It should put it like right here, right? Yeah. And I can copy this, or rather just move this to I want to move that to, where do I want to move it? I'll move it right here, because yeah. can delete it from here. And I think let's just fix up the redirectors in case. Okay, now let's go open up that. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so right here. Okay, now I gotta find the parameter I gotta set. Let's see. No, I don't. Honestly, I'm trying to remember. I thought it was called end or something. I think it's just called target. Yeah, pretty sure it's just called target. Yeah, it's right here. I was clicking the wrong one. I was clicking required, but it's actually target. It's right here. Yeah. So we can put target right here. And this will spawn this smoke trail. It's called smoke trail. I should probably rename it to bullet trail. Oh, smoke trail is fine. I'll just leave it. Okay. Seems like. Oh yeah, that's right. I added another parameter. Right there. Okay, so we can go ahead and copy this right here. We can pass in this in, as well as the end location. Right. Copy this and paste it right here. It has the same socket, but has a different end location. Next, spawning the impact particles. And for this, I want the weapon attribute component to handle this, right? Because it's going to be a lot of different impact particles. So, but for now, I'll just create like a default one. Just a basic one that we'll use for all the surfaces. And once I get more impact particles, then we can, once I get more impact particles, I'll implement a full like system that will check like what the impact surface is and whatnot, and then the respective impact particle will be spawned. But for now, let's just do this. Bullet trails, and this is impact particles. Okay. On the bullet trails, completed that. Next is spawn impact particles. We can create another void. Say spawn impact particles. Right, copy that in there, and then we can, so we're doing the same thing here, right? Let's copy this. And we don't need the world. Actually, we do need the world, but we don't need this. Right, so we're checking if world is valid and impact particle is valid. Then we're spawning the impact particle, and where we're spawning it, we're gonna pass in an F hit result. So const F hit result reference, and we're gonna call this impact point reference. Right. Let's go ahead and fully qualify this function. And let's restart the music. Let's see what other overloads is available. So it takes a location and a rotation. Location and rotation. So for the location, we can use dot impact point, and the rotation we can use dot impact normal dot rotation and I just put true for auto destroy. Okay. So this spawns the impact particles. Let's go ahead and put that here and put the out hit, pass and out hit. And last but not least, is apply damage. And applied damage will only be done on the server. These will happen on all clients in the server, but applied damage will only happen on the server. So we can cut this and paste this in here. Copy this. And paste it in here. And to apply damage, now let's think about this real quick. You can go ahead and minimize this right here. Okay, so if we're using the bullet scatter, how do we want to apply damage? We need to get all the characters that were damaged from this T map and tally up how many times they were hit with this. This tallies how many times they were hit, and multiply that, how many times they were hit, by the value of the damage of the respective weapon. Now let's see if I have a variable here for damage. I don't have one here because it's not in the weapon class. It is within the weapon attribute component class. Damage to inflict, right? So this is set within the weapon attribute component class. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna create a for loop, a ranged based for loop. So develop a range based for loop to iterate through all of the characters that were hit said characters actually, yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now. So let's create a ranged based for loop. We're gonna create a const t pair. I believe it's, I'm not sure if it's a t pair, and it's basically like the same syntax as a t map. So like this. And it's gonna be reference. So I'm doing it by reference because I don't want to make infinite copies, right? While we're iterating through the T map. So const T pair of this, and we're gonna call this damaged character. Damaged character, and this variable is going to be filled with what we get from here. And I just want to call this damaged characters. We'll leave it damaged character map. It's fine. So we'll get the damaged character from this damaged characters map, right? And I think this is the right syntax. Yeah, I didn't get an error. So, and you can also just do this also to check if you don't want to type all that, and it should tell you what you should put in here. See, it says T pair of A actor and int32s, unsigned int32s, right? So it's just taking the same type of data that you stored within this data structure here. Okay. So we're in this for loop. So we're gonna check if damaged character is valid, right? Because we're getting the key from this T map. So let's say if this is valid, and we're gonna wait a minute. Let me think about how I want to do this. I want to iterate through every single index here, every single actor here. So we're getting this one here. And let's see. What's the best way to do this without interesting? I'm trying to, because this should get the reference of the key, right? So I'm trying to check if this is valid, but it seems like how do I check if this is valid? Think about this for a second. Okay. So to access this from here, I need to get the key, right? Because this gets the key. So I'm checking to see if this actor is valid, correct? And then but we know we're already on the server. So if this is valid, now I have how many times they were hit right here. And this is only called once. Like this is only going to be called once. So if we have the key, so we can create an okay, so first of all, we need to say this is true. Hold on, before we do that, let's just say if the weapon attribute component, because we need this. Right, so if this is not true, then we're just going to return because we need to access it here. And then we're going to say else if, and so if this is not true, return else if, please, and then we can say else if down here as well, right? And we need this because this is where the damage is stored. And then down here, I'm gonna create a local variable const, and I believe the damage is an unsigned integer. Damage to inflict. Oh, it's a float. All right. Const float. Call this damage to inflict, and we're gonna initialize this with weapon attribute component, and we're gonna get this damage to inflict multiplied by value, right? So however many times this character got hit, we're gonna multiply the damage value for each bullet by how many times they got hit, right? And I need to include weapon attribute component. So I guess I spelled it wrong. Damage value to inflict, that's what it's called. Okay, and is it private? It is. It should be. Let's see. Weapon attribute component. I could say friend class a ray cast weapon. Wait, I think I have a getter for it. Pretty sure I have a getter. Good, yeah. Let's not do this. Okay. So if this is valid, we're gonna get this, and then we're gonna call you gameplay statics apply damage. And this is gonna take damaged actor. This is the damaged actor. The damage amount, we're gonna pass this in. The damage causer, we're gonna say the damage causer is, we say get owner. We can say get owner, or we could say this. Let's just say this. The damage type, it takes a T subclass of, so we're gonna use static class because we don't currently have, we're not using that. Static class. And I think that's it. But it seems like, oh wait, it's asking for controller. I thought it was asking for actor. All right. A controller. Event instigator. So the controller of the person that's damaging this. Okay, to do that, we're gonna have to let's get the controller. We can get the controller up. Just get it right here. I'm gonna say a controller. I would call this instigator controller. That's a pointer. And instigator controller is going to equal to get owner. So the owner of this weapon controller, right? I believe I could do this. Unless I have to cast this to a pawn. Returns the instigator controller for this actor. Or null pointer if there is none. Yeah. That's a nice function right there. It's freaking awesome. And then we could use this. I never even knew that even existed. We could use this right here. And I'm not sure if this needs these parentheses. I don't think it does. I don't remember using, what is this? All right. I don't remember using this right here, but it doesn't need it. Okay. And that should apply to damage, right? And we're gonna do this for every actor. This, wait. Argument of type U class is incompatible with parameter of A actor. Let's check the. I'm messing up the syntax. Projectile bullet. Right. Okay, it does take the parentheses. It's U damage type, not U damage class. I did type in U damage type. This doesn't seem to like that. Okay. Did I mess up something? Augment. What does it say? I think I'm missing input. The damage causer or what? Yeah, the damage causer. I knew I was. Oh man, I'm acting like a scrub. And then this goes right here. Okay, so this should apply damage. And if this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to actually cast. I'm gonna have to cast right here and change this T map to take the type of character that I'm casting to, which is the A animation entertainment character. So this applies damage, okay? Otherwise, we just put this right here and just copy this. Actually, let's copy all of this, paste it here. And this is only happening on the server. This function is only called on the server. Therefore, all character. Okay. We can right here we can do this and get the controller. Let's see. What is this? Damaged actor. Okay. So this is where we need, because we're passing a damaged actor here, right? But if we're not using the scatter, then we're gonna have to pass this in here. And that means that I'm gonna create an A actor pointer I call this damaged character. And this is gonna equal no pointer. And I'll copy that in here. And then I can just paste this in here. And only say if this is valid. Actually, I'm gonna say else if this is valid. Then I'll go ahead and do this. Right. And that takes care of all right. I changed the name. I forgot. Wait, did I? Damaged character map. Make sure that okay. And last thing to do is to now we just gotta generate the sphere traces, not the sphere traces, the line traces for the scatter, and then you test this out. And we can just delete that. We don't really need that code right there. But actually, I could say I could just leave this part. And let's just go ahead and minimize everything else. Okay, just minimizing everything so it looks a bit neater. Isn't this inherit from a weapon? Yeah, so what is it talking about right here? Did I not override it? Fire weapon override. Virtual void. Yeah. It's saying it's saying a actor has no member fire weapon. This is an this is overridden. Right? Virtual void fire weapon override. Virtual void fire weapon. I think this thing's tripping. Yeah. It's inheriting from a weapon. and I'm overriding it. Yet it's saying when I call super, it's saying A actor, but this is not for. I'm not calling this from A actor. I'm calling it from a weapon, which is very strange, right? See, I'm even inheriting it. Let's see what happens if I compile. Got a few errors. Header 68. Oh, it's because I have two projects open, but I'll still check what it's talking about here. Right, I forgot to take this out. Yikes, still got an error message, and it's saying it's not supporting blueprint, header 71. Okay, I have to change this to an int. Oh, come on. CPP 99. Right. Let me just keep this open. See, it fixed itself. Alright. I knew I was losing my mind. CPP. Since this hides the previous. Right. I declared it up here for a reason. Right. $99.88. Okay. 170. Seems like I did it again. Down here. Yep. And damaged 224. Now it's saying declaration of damaged character hides function parameter. Right. And gotta change it up here. Okay. Should be good now. Okay, it looks like I missed another one. Right, I forgot to return a value, of course. And this is the last thing. Return F vector 0 vector. Whole lot of compilation errors, but It's part of coding, right? Making errors and fixing it. Alright. Well, we know even if I fire a weapon, it's not gonna work because it's not gonna work because I didn't implement this yet. So let's do this first before we actually. I just want to set up the weapon. I'll do it after this. All right. So first things first. I need to get the location. To start generating the sphere from, right? So we want to start generating the sphere around 700 units in front of the character. Yo, what's up, EZR Dev? About Stevens Blueberry C++ course, and I'm loving it so far. Heck yeah. Yeah, Steven's awesome. He's a great teacher. Which one did you purchase? Did you purchase the like the one when he's teaching you like in front of like a whiteboard, and then he gets on the PC and he's on the camera, the face cam? Or did you get like one of the one of the other courses, C++ courses? Unreal Engine 5 C++. You talking about give me, I think that's how you spell his name. Talking about this one, right? Oh, you talking about this one? I purchased this, but I didn't take it yet. I did this one. I did this one, and I mean I have these as well. I think I purchased like most of his courses. I purchased most of his courses, but I only did this one and this one. But I have pretty much all of them. Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, stick to it. Stick to it. Don't give up, man. Try not to just follow along blindly, though. Try to. I suggest just watching them, like watching like a few lessons at a time, and until you understand it, and then you do it yourself without watching it. That's the best way to learn, and write as many notes as you can. Like write notes. Like talk to yourself and tell yourself what you're doing. Write your notes so you make sure your logic makes sense, right? Heck yeah. No. I mean like take like pseudocode your logic down like this, like like talk to yourself and like write your code, like what you're doing, like getting all the objects or whatever, and then you're doing this, and then hope you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, notes is great. Heck yeah. Yeah. S- Stay writing notes. Like that's the best way to learn. Let me see. I'm trying to find that. What is this? Hasn't started the actual coding part yet. Only the math part in section 3. Oh, okay. I didn't take the course. So I don't know what's on section 3, but if you didn't start coding yet, that's cool. But yeah, you got it. If you're taking notes, you're good, man. No worries. You got nothing to worry about. Notes and studying, that's the way to go. Yeah. Self learning is all about taking notes, studying, and I treat everything like a movie when I'm self learning. That's the best way I can remember stuff and actually learn it. That's just how I learn. I'm a visual learner, so like watching movies, you're not gonna forget it. Okay. Yeah, heck yeah. I remember when I first started developing those vectors, man. Unit vectors and rotator, not rotators, but like normals. And I was like, what's a unit? Like getting a unit vector. I didn't understand any of that. I didn't know what I was looking at. Like getting like the safe normal of a vector and converting it to like rotations. I was like, what is going on, man? Until like I got a visual representation, you know. That's when I really started understanding what the heck people were talking about. Otherwise, without visual representations, I don't know what's going on. And in game development, I mean, you really need visual representations because everything's visual, right? Everything's gonna end up being rendered, so having those visual representations really help. But right now, I'm just implementing shotguns, right? I'm pretty much almost finished. I just wrote like not too much code, but around 300 lines of code, and I have to finish this last implementation, this last function, and then my shotgun will be pretty much complete. Earlier in the stream, I implemented assault rifles, so it's still like if you if you look at the character that's firing the weapon, the left arm doesn't stay on the weapon, so I'm gonna have to fix that, right? But also, yeah, I'm gonna have to add recoil as well, cause it's too it needs to move around, right? The reason why you see the bullets flying to the ground is because of the weapons right here. Like even if I'm shooting right here, you see the bullets going to, like they're hitting over here. That's because of these weapons. They have like these spheres that collide with I'll show it to you. The collisions, these spheres collide with the bullets and they mess up the the line trace that I'm generating right here. You see how the crosshairs turn green, right? That's because of a line trace that's hitting the character. But when I overlap, when that line trace hits the sphere, it messes up the trajectory. It messes up the impact point, not the impact point. It messes up the location to send the bullet, right? Because I'm getting a location, right? So yeah. add a teabag emote. Oh, I have some nice taunts. I have these taunts right here. Let me show it to you. I have some very nice taunts. If I could find which. I don't think I added them onto my project yet, but I have some taunts that I'm gonna add. Yeah, they're not here yet. I didn't add them yet. Yeah, I have some very nice looking taunts, so it'll definitely be. I think I have a teabag taunt on there, and basically when you kill a character, you will be able to like you'll be able to go on top, go like on top of the character, right? And then press. There'll be like a something that pops up right here that tells you to press X to like the taunt or whatever. And the same thing will be another widget will pop up when you're on top of a weapon. I'll tell you which weapon you can pick up, right? Because I can pick these weapons up, but I don't know which one I'm picking up right now. I'm just pressing the pickup button and it's just picking up whichever one I'm overlapping with, right? There's like a grenade rolling right here. See? So all that's gonna be added. But yeah, man, I'm just implementing shotguns now. I'm really happy you're enjoying the course, man. Heck yeah. Did you join the Discord server? Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do, get the location and start generating the sphere from, right? So I'm gonna pass this in by a reference constant, a vector reference, and we're gonna call this starting location. And update that. Okay, so I want to generate it, and also I need to create some variables here. And this can be a float. We're gonna call this distance to generate sphere. Wait, distance to begin weapon, distance to begin bullet scatter, right? So this would be the distance from the character that will begin the bullet scatter, right? So we're passing this in. This is the starting location, which would be the muzzle socket, and then we want to get so before we do this, actually we already, yeah, let's just rename this to rewrite this pseudocode to get the direction towards the hit target from the starting location, right? And this will be a const vector, and we can name this direction towards hit target from starting location. It's a long name, but I don't really care because it's gonna help me out understand what I'm doing. And this direction is gonna be, and we also need to pass in the const f vector I have to pass this in as well, right? And right here, gotta update that. Direction towards hit target from starting location. And that will be, let's call this normalized. Hit target, and actually let's put these in parentheses. So hit target minus starting location, and this is going to give us the direction towards the hit target. Yeah, this is going to give us the direction towards the hit target, and we're going to normalize this. Or rather, get safe normal, give us the normalized vector. Okay, so we have the direction towards the hit target. Now with this direction, what do we want to do next? We want to add the okay, we want to add the distance wait okay, get the location to begin generating the bullet scatter, right? And this location will be, it's going to be in this direction, right? So we need the starting location. So this will be a const f vector, and we'll name this location to begin bullet scatter, and we'll initialize this with starting location plus, so where we start at from, which is a vector pointing towards the hit target. No, it's just a regularized, it's just a normal vector, right? So it's just a location, and we're going to add this location to this, which is a location with a unit of 1. Actually, what I do want to do, I want to move this vector forward using this rotation. So let's say is going to be move vector forward, and move vector forward is just a helper function I created, right? Which just takes the initial location that you want to move from, takes a rotation, which is the direction you're moving, and you're getting that rotation. You're passing the rotation and converting it to a vector using this function from Kismet Math Library, and then you're getting the location. You're adding that to the, and you're adding the move direction multiplied by the move value onto that location, right? So location to begin bullet scatter is going to be the starting location. That's the location you're starting from. The rotation that you want to move the vector forward by is this one, and convert this to a rotation. And then the move value will be this one. And we can actually initialize this to 70. And this is a pretty lengthy function, so I don't know if I want to put them on their own line or what. Yeah, let's just do it like this, right? Okay, and we can exit out, we can cancel that line out because we don't need it anymore. So this is the location where we're going to begin the bullet scatter, right? Now we need let's get another variable, and we'll call this radius for bullet scatter, right? And this will be set to, let's try something like 30. No, that's, I don't know, let's try 20 to start off. And this radius for the bullet scatter is gonna be like how far, like the maximum amount of distance each bullet can be spread apart, right, from the center of like the gun barrel. So the gun barrel is right here, right? Let's say the gun barrel is right here, and it's shooting forward. Like, it's not 3D, so I can't really show it to you right here. I can open a Blender and show it to you there again, so let me just do that. So let's see, we have a mesh. Actually, that's the wrong mesh. Okay, this is the character, right? And this is okay. That's a sphere. So the character's facing this direction. Let's just say the gun's like let's get a cylinder. Right, this is the barrel of the gun, right? What the hell? Okay, so this is the barrel of the gun. Right. So we're getting the distance, how far we want to, this is where we want to begin the weapon scatter, right? And the radius is how far each scatter is going to be away. The maximum distance each bullet can be from the middle of this point, right? This point right here represents this right here, right? The location to begin weapon scatter is this point right here, this thing right here, and then the radius right here is represented by like the radius of the sphere, right? So if I duplicate this again, and then I put one right here, put one right here, put one right here, and we can just, you know, put one in here, you know. You see, like they're all within the sphere, but they have different radiuses, right? Like if you look at it, they're all within the sphere, but they all have different, like, not different radiuses. They all have different distances from the radius, right? In every direction. And this is gonna be the weapon scatter. This is how we generate the weapon scatter. Next, my mic was on mute. Yeah, so that's how we generate the weapon scatter. And let's do it. So if we go to, we got the point where we want to start. This is the center of the sphere. Now we want to get random locations in the world. Get random locations. Get random unit vectors and add them onto the location calculated above. Multiplied by a random value that is between 0 and the max minimum 0 and the radius. Wait, let me just copy it. 0 and this. Right. Get a random unit vector and add it. Get a random unit vector and add it onto the location calculated above, multiplied by a random value that is between 0 and this. Right. Okay, so to get a random unit vector, hold up. What are we gonna call this? This will be called const f vector. I need turn on the music again. This will be a const f vector, and this will be called bullet scatter location. I think that's like a I think that kind of name will work. I'm gonna initialize this to new Kismet math. Do I have math library in here? Yeah, I do. And get random. Wait, what is it? What's the name of that function? Get random unit vector. Get random unit vector. C++. Random unit vector. Random unit vector. So we'll get a random unit vector. It should be normalized. Yeah, it is. So get a random unit vector, and we say this plus the and we need to get a random f math, a random value between what is it, f rand range okay, so that means this needs to be a float, and it is a float. All right, so we're gonna get a random float between 0 and this. Okay, and then we're going to add this onto location to begin bullet scatter. Right, so this is the center. We just write in parentheses the center of the sphere. And then we'll get a random unit vector. Right, get a float, a value between 0 and the radius, and then we add that onto the center. of the sphere, and that will give us a random point and a different part of the sphere, anywhere, a different part of the sphere. And this random unit vector is pointing in all different directions, right? Some are pointing up, you know, down, left, right, forward, backwards, pointing everywhere. So when we add this random value between 0 and the radius, whichever direction this unit vector is pointing will be extended in the same in that respective direction, right? And then when we add that onto this location, it will be moved to the center, to the center. It will be moved to the center of the sphere, and it will extend in the direction that is pointing to this amount by this amount that we calculate here, right? And that's how the weapon scatter will be set. So we got the weapon scatter location. Now what we need to do is calculate the what are we calculating now? Calculating the end location of this specific line trace, right? Because if we look up here, we're setting the end location. If we're using bullet scatter, we're setting it to equal what this returns, and we actually need to pass in the starting location and the hit target here. So we can pass in the starting location right here and the hit target, right? So we're calculating the end location, right? We're calculating the value that we're gonna pass into this right here in this last line. We already got the location to start the bullet. We already got the location for the respective bullet scatter, because this is going to be called, this function is going to be called however many times we set this value to, right? So let's just set it right now to 17. So this is going to call this 17 times to create 17 points within the sphere for the bullet scatter. So we're calculating the end location, which will be calculate the location to return this location is the end point of the respective line trace of the respective ray cast that is being generated within this function. That is being generated within this function inside the for loop and I'll just put this in the if blah 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 statement. All right, in the if bu scatter statement. All right, so So we're gonna return, oh rather we're gonna create a const vector. Actually, we don't need to create another one. We could just say return. Now the end location is going to be let me think about this real quick. This is the location of the scattered, of the respective scattered bullet, right? This is the normalized direction towards the hit target, so we need this. So the end will be let's say this. Actually, I'm gonna say move vector forward return move vector forward, and we're gonna start from, this is gonna be where we start from. This is gonna be the rotation that we use. And we're gonna move it forward by 70,000 units because that's the same amount of let me close these real quick. That's the same amount of units we use to generate the crosshairs. That's how far we're tracing with the crosshairs, right? And right here 70,000. So what we can do is, I think I'm going to make everything consistent so I don't have to keep like typing 70,000, is I'm going to define this in, create a definition in what folder? I need to find it. How do you new structures? Let's see. Let's see where I defined. Okay. This is enumerations. These are enumerations. I guess I could just put it here. I mean, pragma. I want to put it here. Yeah, why not? I just put it, yeah, region, and then I'll call this misc for miscellaneous. And I don't know how to spell that, so I'm gonna search it up. Miscellaneous, right? Pragma and region. And let's define it. Call this trace. Hold on, what is this? What is this called? Call this raycast. For crosshairs. That's what I'm gonna call it. but I'm gonna have to put, I want it to be all caps. Ray cast for cross hairs. And this will be 70,000. Okay. And yeah. Okay. And then right here, we could just, instead of putting 70,000, we can do that. And I just want to make sure I did it correctly. It's just at 70,000. Yeah. And if we go back to the raycast, we can move it forward by that. And we need to include the enumerations. So, because it doesn't know what this is right now. Wait, it does. How does it know what it is? I didn't include it. I guess because it's inheriting from weapon, right? And weapon includes it. Yeah, weapon includes it, so I'm guessing it's inheriting from here. So this is what we're gonna return, this vector. Starting from this, using this rotation. I'm moving it forward by this amount, at this distance. So let me exit out of the engine, fully rebuild this, because I did a lot of changes. That's a nice beat, man. So mellow. Yikes, I got some errors. Raycast weapon, header 98. Forgot something. Right, I forgot to delete this. Alright. Let's go ahead and implement the shotgun within the engine. And after shotguns, I mean, all that's left is rocket launchers. And then, wow, I'm pretty much, wow. Bro, I'm so close to like being done with combat. I wasn't expecting it to be this quick. I now just need to get. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, I was like, who's firing? Okay. Let's. Now I just need to get a whole bunch of weapons and implement them along with. Let's just calm down and implement the shotgun. All right. Combat, weapons, blueprints, primary, shot, guns, and let's see. Create another folder for this, and the name of this shotgun is Shotgun B. Sniper rifle, and we're gonna need. Well, we're not using projectiles, right? So, okay. Create blueprint class, and this is raycast. A raycast weapon, and we're gonna call this BP underscore. Ugh, come on. Raycast BP underscore. Wow, it doesn't want me. It's saying the name is too long. All right, I'll have to take it out here and rename it. And then I'll move it back. Here. And it's a skeletal mesh. Hey, I want to actually hear that last song again. And let's move this right here. And we can increase the radius to like 40. Right? And the weapon fire animation. Right here. Now, let's look at how many. Before I mess with this right here, I want to look at how many shots it has. Here it is. Use bullet scatter. True. That's 17, right? So let's do some math. If our health is 100 divided by 17 bullets, each bullet will do, I'll just say 7 damage. Damage value to inflict be 7. Ammunition. How many bullets does a shotgun have? How many shells? does a shotgun hold? 2 and 5 shells. I'll say 7. Right. Weapon is automatic. Nope. Fire weapon interval threshold. How many times can we fire? Let's say 3 seconds for now. And I want this to be the same as 50 and 10. Okay. So this is how far we zoom in when we're aiming. This is how fast we zoom in when we're aiming. And then let's change crosshairs. Let's go to the crosshairs. Left, right, and the center. And bullet trails. Takes a particle system. And the impact particle will be oh, what is this? Oh, that's sick. So shotgun's gonna have to have 2 of them. Okay, I'm gonna have to edit the code a bit. So I only created the smoke trails. Shotguns also need, these are bullet trails. I need to create another variable just for tracer. And just to keep everything consistent, I'm gonna copy right here. Right. And then I'm gonna have to create another function. Spawn bullet trails. Call this spawn wait a minute, it's not a, I'm not shooting a projectile, so this is not gonna work. So yeah, it's not gonna work. For the impact particles though, we can use let's see. assault rifle, grenade, pistol. I'll just use, because they're little pellets, right? Like little shots. So I'll use something for the pistol. Pistol muzzle. I need like little impact metal, small, like this. There's gonna be a whole lot of little. Well, maybe let me try. Let's see what medium looks like. Yeah, medium's better. So let's try medium. And the weapon type. Let's go to icons. It says shotgun, so the shotgun weapon icon. I think this looks more like a shotgun. These two are shotguns, but I like this one more. Okay. Bullet casing. Yikes, I need to get the bullet casing. Bullet casing will be let's see. This is like a roughed up bullet casing. Let's see what this one looks like. I'll use this one. I need to get a bullet casing class, and to do that I'm just gonna actually copy one. I'll copy this one, and I'll copy it out here first because I know I'm gonna have to rename it. Call this shotgun bullet casing. Let's go ahead and switch out the mesh. And okay, and we can move this back to this folder, and then here we can use this bullet casing. And this is a primary weapon. Weapon type is shotgun. Weapon key is okay. Weapon key is primary weapon. And I think that's it. Let's test out the shotgun. Oh, nope, that's not it. I gotta add the ammunition to the character's inventory. Almost forgot. Let's go ahead and I want to move this up here. So pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns is gonna go up here. Shotguns goes down here. Shotguns, carried ammunition, assault rifle, pistol, shotgun, carried ammunition. How many shotguns are we, bullets are we gonna carry? I'll say 24. Right. Wait. Let's see. Because we're carrying 7. So 7, 14, 21, 28. I'll say 21. Okay. Let's go ahead and initialize this on the server. Wait. It's the wrong function. Here it is. Pistol. Go ahead and put this up right here. And we're just initializing the inventory, the character. So when they pick up a shotgun, these are this is how many bullets they're holding right on their body. And this is only happening on the server. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. And put this shotgun. Right, put it right there. And I want the character to spawn with a shotgun. So let's see. Okay, so now we're spawning with a shotgun. Alright, moment of truth. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up. Let's try with the client first. Okay, we got the ammo. Nothing seems to work. Okay, hold it. Let's see if we're spawning all the bullets. I only see one raycast. And the character's never dying. Oh, that was a long death animation. I didn't know it lasted that long. Whoa. It like keeps dying. I don't think the damage is applied correctly. It kept dying. Let me see something. Something's definitely not right. Okay, so let me print this. Wait a minute. This is where the problem is. Let me see. Start plus Let's see what happens when I do that. Okay, well, it's definitely not. Something's wrong. Okay, let's figure out what's going on. Something is definitely not right. I keep killing the same character. Okay. I gotta go through my code again. Well, first of all, I want to fix why I'm not seeing multiple. I'm not seeing multiple bullets. I should be seeing multiple line raycasts. So getting a vector pointing towards the hit target, right? And location to begin bullet scatter is the trace start. Let's draw a debug sphere here to make sure that right. I'm gonna draw a debug sphere here. Location is gonna be here. The radius. Color. Say green. The duration. Let's just say 70. And true. I really don't need all these parameters, but better. Okay. Okay, so that's right. So the weapon's having a problem. Look how it's tripping. Let me see. Let me move the sphere ahead a lot more. Right now we're moving it 70 units. Let's try 700. And let me just try with one character till I figure it out. Okay, 3 seconds is too long to wait to fire. So gotta change that. Let's try 1.5. Okay, that's a bit still too long. Let's try 1. See what 1 looks like. Oh, that's too short. 1.3. One point two. 1.25. Let's try 1.27. Okay, that's good. Okay, now on to the raycasts. So, getting a random vector. I think this is where I messed up. It should be multiplied, right? But I'm adding right here. And I'm adding this right here. So I don't think I need to add this right here. Get a random unit vector and add it onto the a random value that is between 0. Okay, this sounds we can call this just random vector or what? I mean, hold on. I think yeah, let me just leave it like that and multiply. Yeah, it should be multiplied. Multiply by the location calculated, but wait, and multiply it by multiplied by a random value. This and add the product to right here. See how this looks. Okay, I'm still only seeing one line trace. So I'm drawing the line trace here, but let's see. Okay. Then where we're returning should be the trace start. I think this is wrong right here. What I need to do is get in the bullet scatter location. This is fine. Now I need to calculate a vector that points from this bullet scatter location to the hit target. Oh no, I need to actually calculate the vector that points from here. No, from here to here. So from the starting location, which is the weapon barrel, to here. Right? So let's create another concept vector. I name this direction towards bullet scatter location, bullet scatter, location from starting location. And it's gonna be this. We want a vector pointing here from here, right? And then with this direction, what we want to do is we will return trace start plus end location. So the trace start plus this direction. So let's trace start plus this direction multiplied by this. Right, let's try that. Let's try it. This plus this multiplied by this. So the starting location plus this multiplied by this. Whoa. Okay, well, that's not correct. That is definitely not correct. Let's see. Maybe the value is too big. Nope. What I had before worked better. Let's just say we're returning starting location plus starting location plus let me think about this real quick. So it starts at okay, so we're not using this. So let's say I use this. Move vector forward, location right, rotation, and this. Yeah, this should work. This right here should work. But it's not working. What's working? Okay, it works. But now I just need to get multiple line traces. So there's nothing wrong with my logic right here. I need to make sure that I press 5 once, it comes in here, does this, and it checks if this is true. If this is true, it goes in here, and it does this. For loop, ends right here. Okay, these actually need to happen in here, right? For each bullet that hits, it needs to spawn the impact particle and all that. So there's a blocking hit, needs to do this, and then continue on to the next one. Else it needs to do this, and then continue. So right here, But I'm writing continue right here. So I'm gonna have to get rid of these continues. Okay. Okay, so I'm not even getting impact particles. Which is very strange.
We know that the drugs have two effects that
Multi
cause
flash socket,
tendency or
and
the desire for the use of the drug.
let's
And
see what's going on. Spawn
the
bullet
most
trails.
important one, and the one that was not emphasized in the previous definition, is the psychic dependence.
Spawn impact particles. Let's see these are even being called.
Flyer spotted.
Ebug, print. Gotta include it, of course. Okay, it's not even being called. So, we know these are not being called for whatever reason. Let's go. Try printing from out here. Okay. Why isn't this not being called? That's the real question. Okay, not being called. Let's go here and paste this here. Oh, that's why it's not being called. Sheesh. It's only happening here. This only happens if I'm hitting a character. That's why it's not, because I'm not hitting a character right now. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put them right here. Right, because this is the end of the for loop. So right here. And I should see them now. I can pretty much guarantee it. Yep. Now I gotta figure out why the bullet scatter is not working. okay? Because this printout, this should be getting called like 17 times. You should see like 17 of these get printed out. Okay, and it does get printed out. The for loop is working. And every time we do this, we should get a different end result, right? Location to begin bullet scatter. The starting location. Rotation. Okay, this is where I messed up. This is the location to begin bullet scatter. Okay, this is the center, right? This should be it. Bullet scatter location. Normalize direction towards hit target from the starting location. Yeah. It's still just one line that's coming out of the barrel. The start needs to be the barrel. Let's see. The start is always going to be at the barrel. However, we want to start. Let's see. Where do we want the start to be? The start is a weapon barrel. The end needs to be this location. This is the center. This is the random vector. Right here. Okay, so it's picking the random vectors, that's correct. See? So that's correct. It's picking the right so the end should be this right here. And this, I can even change this to like 1.5 so we're gonna visualize it easier. See? Those are the random points. It's always different. I had to set the plus first. What does that look like? Okay. It does pick random points, but they're not really in it. Okay, they're not spread apart like scattered weapons. Like scattered bullets. So we're getting a random unit vector, which is a vector with the size of 1, and we're multiplying that by this random float value, and that increases the length of this vector. Now we're adding that to the location to begin, which is the center of the radius, right? And that gives us a random point. So what we want to return is this random point and we don't want it to point, we actually don't want it to point towards the hit target. This is where the problem is. We just want it to go forward. But what rotation do we use? Because we want it to keep the rotation, we want it to keep that spread. If it's pointing towards the hit target, they're all going towards the same location. So the start is the weapon barrel, and the end is a vector pointing towards this random point from the... Okay, I understand what I did wrong. So the start is the weapon barrel, and the end, we're going to return a vector pointing towards this minus the starting location. So it's a vector pointing towards here, right?
Attention. You have moved into a universe that never existed.
And then
Last
that
century,
vector that's
your
pointing
company
towards this random
would
point,
have an eye strip.
we want to multiply that by this. And I'm pretty sure this will work.
Last century.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There we go. That's a weapon scatter. That's the shit I'm talking. Excuse my language. That's what I'm talking about right there. But look, why is it going up there? Calculate the location return. This location is... Let me just write this over again. Okay, this is fine. So it's a vector. I'll just write this in notes. A vector pointing towards the random bullet scatter location from the weapon muzzle flash socket. Multiplied by 70,000. Okay. So this is a vector pointing towards the random location from the weapon muzzle socket, right? So just to help you guys visualize it, it's a vector pointing towards I actually need to do it like this, right? They disappeared. So from the weapon muzzle socket, from the muzzle of the barrel of the gun, we're getting a vector pointing towards one of these like green dots, right? And we're just shooting that vector out forwards by 70,000 units. And it keeps spreading apart. The further away you get from the gun, the more it spreads apart, you see? So now we need to work on the damage. Because it seemed like, hold on, we also need to work on this trails. It didn't look like they're responding correctly. Yeah, look, they're going like, I don't know where they're going. Spawn bullet trails. Muzzle flash socket transform reference. Bullet trails and location. Yeah, where am I setting the end location? I'm setting the end. If there is no end, but they're not going towards the end, they're going somewhere else. They're going anywhere but the end. So let's see. I think it's because of this right here. But I'm not hitting, let me just take this out. I don't need those right there. Okay. Spawn bullet trails. Muzzle flash socket transform. I think this is the problem right here. It's where it's supposed to end. It's not correct. Right. So I'm setting the end to equal the end location. Okay, so I wonder why this isn't working. Because this is the end location right here. Okay. What up? Let's look at what I'm passing. I'm passing an end. N is equal to this, right? Impact particles is fine. So let's try out hit the impact point. Okay, so it works if there's an impact point. If there's no impact point, it goes to the world origin. So why doesn't end work? And is equal. This is a vector, it needs a location. And this right here, generate bullet scatter returns a vector that's pointing towards the random location, right? Multiplied by this value. So what I need to set this to is, it needs to be an actual location. But this is a location, right? Maybe it's just too big. Let me try putting this in parentheses and then dividing by I don't want to divide it by. So I think this value right here is too big for the doubles. try this. Whoa, 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 whoa. That should have been. Alright, yeah. The heck? Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Let's see. Yeah, this is not working well. I don't get it because it's like a location. Everything's working except for the beam trails, right? Let me spread them apart as well. I think the radius is too small. Let's change this to 70. And that's a 50. Whoa. That's a crazy shotgun. That's too much radius. Let's try 30. No way, bro. Still too much. Oh, wait. Let's try 700 again. And 30. I think the radius can be bigger. Let's try 70. But if we're close, pretty right. But if we're far, then I still don't get why the beam particles aren't going like where it should be going. But I think that's good. So the 770. Let me hard code that as the default. 770. Right, and let me work on the damage because it seems like when I apply damage, it applies it multiple times. Right. I know what's going on. I'm not clearing the T array. That's why it needs to be a local T array. I mean the T map. Because the map, I need to clear it. How do I clear it? Let's clear it. Because it still has information. So after I apply damage, wait, am I in the, yeah, I'm in the for loop. I apply damage, and then damage character. Can I remove it or what? Okay, I can't remove it, so I have to get this. I have to get damage character map, indexing, damage character. Right, and can I remove it? Actually, let's after we're finished with everything, so after we're finished the for loop, let's do it out here. So we just do it once. I think it's reset will work. I think this will work. So after we finish with the for loop, after we finish iterating the damage for all the characters that get hit, then we reset it. So let's see how this works. Okay, it seems to work. Right. And if I spawn, I kill myself, I'm killed. Now let's see how that works with hitting multiple characters. So this is a client, this is another client. I'm going to bring this character right here, and with this character I'm going to shoot right between them to see if both of their health gets taken down. Seems like I only hit one of them. What if I shoot it from like right only hitting one. Let me try it like this. I can't even see because of the exclamation marks. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna shoot like right here. For some reason the HUD isn't updating. They are taking damage. That's very interesting. When I shoot the server takes damage. But when I shoot a client, the HUD doesn't update. Interesting. Why is that? Let's see. Damaged actor. Damaged actor. This is the damaged actor. Float. Base. Damage. Okay. Damage causer. Wait. Instigator controller. I think this is what's messed up. I can do this by saying I can get the pawn first. So I can say a pawn. Instigator. And initialize this with a cast to a pawn. Right. What's being casted is get owner. So I can say if this is valid, then we can create this right here. We can do the rest. An A controller, instigator controller equals instigator controller. Let's see how this works. $246. updates on the HUD. Let me try rebuilding this. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works. Right at the finish line. Okay. Okay, it does work. I just have to rebuild it. So if things aren't working and you know they should work, just rebuild it. Rebuild the entire project. So when I shoot them both, when I shoot from like right here, it should damage both of them. And it does. From right here. Okay. So damage is good, but efficiently empties out the map, but preserves all allocations and capacities. Okay, I just want to empty it out completely. I don't want to. Describes. Let's see. Empty removes all elements from the map. This method potentially leaves space allocated for an unexpected number of elements about to be added. This method potentially leaves space allocated for an expected number of elements about to be added. What? I think I'm gonna use empty. Potentially leave space allocated for an expected number of elements. Yeah, this is what I want. Because I think this means that Like if I let me show it to you guys real quick. So right here, if I initialized it like this, right, and I put like right, and then I put like a variable, or like let's say 32. I think that's what this means. So I initialize it like this, right? And I emptied it, then it will still leave this space. It'll empty all of the values, but it'll still leave like one space in memory for this key and this value pair, for this key value pair. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. And of course I'll have to do that, right? But since I'm not doing that, I'm not initializing anything here, this should work. Hey, how you doing, my cola? 259. Hope everything's going well with you. I just finished implementing some shotguns, so things are going pretty well on my end. I just have to so let me show it to you. What up? Wait, I was gonna do something and I forgot. Well, I just finished implementing shotguns, so like, all right, let me disable this so you can see it without. Actually, now you can see it with it. It will help with the explanation. Yeah, so see. And actually, before I forget, I actually need to let me update the way the character holds the weapon. So right here, I need to go to the shotgun mesh. And update this. Just give me one moment. I've had better. I stumbled across your stream by accident. Oh, yikes. Yikes on the former. I know how those days are. Oh man, I know how those days are all too well. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully the coming week is better for you, yeah. This is the first day of the week, so, or the last day of the week, I'm not sure. Either way, you have a whole week for it to be, you have a whole week for your days to improve, right? Yeah, that's not the right name for the socket. Oh, there we go. And what I'm doing right now is I'm just updating the way the character holds the weapon. So if you can look at the top left screen, I can move like the hand around and move it forward and backwards, right? Are you a gamer? How did you find my stream by accident? Did YouTube just recommend it to you? It was like one of those. So I just implemented shotguns, which is pretty cool. I can damage 2 characters at once. Let me save it and restart. And let's go blast these characters, right? So I'm like right here. Okay, I only hit one of them. So trying to see how I can hit both of them. Get a collateral like this. All right, let me change the settings so that it can be more apparent what's going on. All right, so if I change this to like 70, and I change this to 100, you'll see the weapon scatter and the damage. All right, so like right here should be good. Boom, damage more than one character. But of course I'm spreading the bullets apart more, so less damage. I still gotta work on the reload, but there we go. Yeah, so this, oh, I shouldn't have saved it. Dang it. I think this was set to 700. Crap. Let me reset this real quick. Distance to the bullet scatter was 700, and I set this to 70. All right. Okay, so shotguns is pretty much done, but it's not done because there's still an error I gotta fix with the gun. Like the bullet trails, they're not going, those lines need to be going where the bullets are. But they're not going there. They're like going wherever they want to go. If I pick up an assault rifle, it just crashed on me. It did. Just randomly crashed. It doesn't even tell me where it crashed. Just a random crash. That's great. I started learning Unreal Engine again. I had given up before. I had no time moving at university. I watched different videos on YouTube as people write something on Unreal Engine, and I'll say that it inspires me. Heck yeah. moving in university. Did you just start university? You look freshman? And about Unreal Engine, it is definitely, oh man, where do I even start, man? Unreal Engine is it's just gnarly. You can do so many things in this one application. It's pretty overwhelming if you just look at it from the point of view of just 3D art. It's like, what do I want to do? Do I want to animate? Do I want to develop gameplay mechanics? Do I want to develop environments, cinematics, sounds, special effects? I mean, come on. Like, do I want to rig characters? Implement audio? Like, where do I want to begin? So you really gotta know what you want to do. Otherwise, you're just gonna get lost. Get lost really fast. And even you'll definitely learn a lot, but there's so much to learn that it'll seem like you're not learning anything, you know? Because the learning curve is like, it's like, I don't even know how to, let me see. You like start like right here. Like start like right here. Alright, so this is 0. Like you have no knowledge, right? This is no knowledge. Right? No knowledge. Man, this is like infinity knowledge, right? Start right here with no knowledge. As soon as you start, you're just going all the way up here. It never ends, man. Not even like that's too like as soon as you start, you're just going straight up. Like there's no like you're not getting an easing into anything. There's no easing in like this, right? It's just you start and you're just going straight up. It's pretty bad. I'm in my 3rd year, but it's useless. It's a useless endeavor. It's a mess from assembly language, JavaScript, the one course, and the program is outdated. So I just want to finish, get my degree. Oh, you're getting your CS degree? Sheesh. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. It's not what you thought it would be. That's dang, that's a shame. Yeah, I didn't get into coding or anything until after I started school. So I just started doing it for fun. And then I just started liking it more and more, and here I am developing games on this crazy application called Unreal Engine. But you're about to be finished with school, so you got like, it's January, so if you're a junior, you have 1 semester in the year left, right? Yo, I recommend that you yo, forget the school projects. I mean, yeah, finish your schoolwork, of course, get grades and all that. But if you have a GitHub, make it public. Do as many projects as you can outside of school. Like, that's what's gonna like help you get a job. Forget the school projects on your GitHub. If you have one, you have school projects on there, scrap them. Like, go if you, unless you're really proud of some of them, of course. I'm not gonna like tell you to scrap all your projects, but if you can like make a nice application outside of school, something that can be used in the real world. In the real world, that's what employers are gonna look at and get. That's what's gonna draw the attention. It doesn't have to be anything like impressive, even like a weather app. You know, it just stores like different weathers in different countries and states. Like, yo, I'm just, I don't know if my feedback or advice is helping it out any, but I hope so. My surprise, I understand you well, but English is not my first language. Oh, where you from? I'm glad you understand me. That's pleasant. That's very pleasant to hear. So you're not in, are you in the United States? I gotta fix these weapon beams are not going where I want them to go. They're going everywhere except for where I want them to go. You see? So I just gotta fix this real quick and then okay, beam trails, but if the world is valid, getting the world, and if this is valid, we are spawning this emitter, right? World. I'm from Ukraine, but lived in Poland and now in Georgia. Oh man, you're way in the East Coast. You're not speaking of Georgia like the state in the United States, right? You're talking about the country Georgia. Wait, it's a country, right? Georgia is a country in... Where is it? Middle East. Around the Middle East. Yeah. Alright, you're talking about the country. Sheesh, you're all the way over here. Yo, how's it over there? Is it hot? It must be hot, because you're right here next to like... You're right in the Middle East. It's pretty hot, right? Okay, so I need to figure out what I'm gonna pass into here, because this end location is not working out. What the heck can I pass into here? If I pass this in, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. This is an F hit result, so I'm gonna pass in this dot trace end. I'm sure trace end is a yeah. Let's see if this works, because oh man, if there's an impact point, then wait, let's see. This might work. Bro, why doesn't it go to like, it doesn't go to the location where I want it to go? It goes everywhere except for where I want it to go. It's hotter than I was at home. No snow in the winter. Yikes. Are you like at 100 degrees right now? It's winter here in the United States, so it's like 40 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. Let me check. Fahrenheit. It's like 40 degrees right here. Right? So it's 4 degrees Celsius where you are. Why, like, this is the temperature that it is. This is the temperature where I live right now. I can actually just search what your temperature is instead of temperature in Georgia. This is, I'm sure this is the state of Georgia. It's 39 degrees. Okay, that's not too hot. That's like the same as here, but I don't think this is. I don't think this is the same. Oh yeah, yeah. That's not hot at all. That's pretty cold, man. That's only 7 degrees hotter than what it is here right now. Man, you think this is hot? This is winter. This is winter weather. I don't know why this is not working, and it's really frustrating me. Did I spell something wrong? Like, okay, we're setting the end to equal this location, right? And then after we use it, we could say if out hit has a blocking hit, then I'll set end to equal out hit impact point, right? Otherwise, end will equal what? I'll set end to equal trace end. No. Hold up. Else end will equal. I don't know if this is gonna work. This is just like a little test. Trace end. Please work. Please. There's just one small thing that's not working. And I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, screw this. I don't know why it's not working, man. Like the white lines you see, like those white lines it needs to follow the same. They need to basically spawn like the red lines. That's not working. So I'm gonna look at it one last time. Okay. We're passing in the world, a reference to the world, a reference to this. And we're checking to see if it's valid. And the socket transform. This is not the problem. The problem is where it ends right here. The target. So F name. I don't think like this right here is the problem, but I'll just check to be sure. And it's early over there too in Jordan. You're up really early. Let's see. Yeah, that's not the problem. Like, it's pretty random too. I think I'm just gonna call it because this is one of those small problems that I'm not too concerned about right now. But I just want to check one last time. If I go to target, the target name is target. Target directional vector particle parameter. The target name. Wonder like let's see. There's nothing that I'm missing. But it's not working right. Right? I just don't get it. Okay. So there's nothing wrong with this. How do I use Visual Studio Code? It's honestly it's what I started using when I first started coding. So I just kept using it. I don't see any problem with using it. It's code is just code, It doesn't really matter which IDE you use. Which IDE you use as long as you're able just to write proper code that functions and and you have good or pretty decent debugging skills, you can use pretty much any IDE that you want. I don't even use any of the debugging features except for just making breakpoints sometimes. Most of the time when I debug, I just print something to the screen. Like, see, like right here, I'm printing all this stuff to the screen. That's pretty much how I debug. Just printing stuff and figuring out why something isn't working. So, other than that, like Visual Studio Code it's pretty light on your PC as well, on your CPU. Like Visual Studio Community uses up so much CPU. It's crazy. Like I'm only using, it's not even using any right now. It's not really using any CPU. And when I'm building, it maxes out like around, it goes to 30 and then it goes down to 15. So like if I start building the entire project, you see it goes to like, it makes my CPU go to around, it goes pretty high, but then it drops. So it's pretty light and it's fast. It's not too slow. Well, I guess that's dependent on your CPU, but yeah, Visual Studio Code is it's just what I started using, so I just kept using it. But I do have Visual Studio Community. I do have Visual Studio Community right here. I use it sometimes. Like I have projects on here. Right. Where are my projects? Like I have projects on here that aren't on the Visual Studio Code, but I don't know. Like this is one. This is one. But they're pretty old. I really don't use Visual Studio Community. Which IDE do you use? This is frustrating. This one thing is it's just one thing. So passing an end inside of the for loop. I think this is why it's not working. Because if I pass this in, okay, so I passed. Wait, that's the wrong one. Right. I passed that in, and then it works fine. So there's something up with the end vector. So if you see, this is how it's supposed to work. Right here. That's how it's supposed to work right there. So what I'm thinking is because it needs a location, right? So I'm gonna say end is initialized up here. Let's create another vector. Let's call this we're gonna call this vector right, and we're gonna set this. If there's a blocking hit, we're gonna first set this to equal right. If there is no blocking it, wait, and before we set it to equal this, we're going to come up here and say this equals I just want to experiment with this right here. And I'm gonna move this excuse me. I'm gonna move this right here. So we're gonna first set this to equal this location, but if there's a blocking hit, it's gonna be set to this location, and then we'll call this right here. So this right here, like if there's no blocking hit, then it's not gonna I'm expecting it not to work. So if right there, see, it doesn't work. It goes like it's random, but if there's a blocking hit, it works. So I'm trying to figure out why it's not working when there's no blocking hit. I'm gonna say if there is no blocking hit, I'm gonna do this. Right here, I'm just gonna set it to equal out hit dot trace end. Right, this is the end location of the trace raycast. I use Visual Studio Community for projects at university, where there was C++ or C#, but I think maybe Visual Studio Code will be better as it is lighter. Yeah, it's definitely the Visual Studio yeah, there's something wrong, bro. Like, it's not yeah, I guess it needs the actual location, right, for it to work. Yeah, Visual Studio Code is a lot lighter than Community. It just depends on your PC specs, to be honest with you. I mean, if you don't see any problems with using Visual Studio Community, then you can just, I would say, keep using it. There's no reason for you to switch your IDE if you don't see any problems with your performance, you know. I definitely wouldn't switch unless there was like a performance hit that I was noticing. Seems like if there's no location, even though this is a location, then it just shoots anywhere. Like, it shoots this it shoots the trails, the bullet trails, like anywhere. So like if I point up here, right, I mean, it looks like it's coming in my way. I mean, it looks like they're going the right direction, but they're really not. Right. And if I point it over here, don't mind the terrible reload animations. I need better ones. If I shoot it right here, then everything works fine. As soon as I point it up there, yeah, I don't know why it's not working correctly. Maybe it just needs an actual location. I wonder if I like shoot it like all the way down here, if it'll work. No. What the? Everything's breaking. Alright, screw this. So I wonder if I shoot like all the way down there, if I'll get the correct beams. Let's find out. I'm gonna shoot all the way down there. They work. But if I shoot out there, they don't work. If I shoot, so distance isn't the matter. It just needs to have a valid hit, a location to end. Right? Like it needs like an actual location. But if there is no location, then that's when they start shooting all over the place. Okay, so it always has It always has to have a location.
What if you two
Can I implement damage from right here? That's some distance, man. That's too much distance. Shotgun should not be that strong. Shine. That's too much distance on the shotgun. That's a lot of distance. But I mean, I guess that took enough like bullets. It wasn't like 2 shots. That was like 7 shots. So that's not too bad. Honestly, I'd go to bed. I have 1 a.m. and I have to get up at 8. Oh yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep for sure. For law exam. Oh yikes. That is a need. Oh, I'll come to the next stream now. How often do you stream? Yeah, definitely go to sleep. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Mykola. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Mykola. Oh, Mykola. I try to stream around 3 to 4 times a week because I really want to complete this game as soon as possible and publish it. So I'm doing my best to stream at least 3 to 4 times a week. You know. But I really appreciate you stopping by and chilling. Welcome. You're welcome anytime. Blessings on your law exam. Sheesh. Yeah. Definitely get your rest. Law is no joke, man. Or woman. Not sure. But definitely get your rest and blessings. You got it. You got it in the bag. Granted you studied, you know. But you know, I've been streaming for I don't know how many hours now. I started like at 7 o'clock a.m. It's about to be 5 p.m. Actually, what time did I start? I don't remember what time I started, but I'm actually gonna get off pretty soon here myself because I implemented, I'll say 3 out of the 4 weapon types that I planned on implementing. So it's a pretty good stream. I did a good bit of work today on this game, so I feel pretty good about the progress I made. Let me just tidy up things. Oh no. I made everything tiny by accident. I don't know. Oh no. What did I do? I gotta figure out how to make everything big again. Crap. How do you zoom in? I hit something by accident and it zoomed everything out. Oh no. Yeah, you spelled my name right. Is Nicholas for you? Heck yeah. Alright. Oh, Nicholas. Alright, I understand. Heck yeah. Hey, take care. Peace out. See you next time. Crap. How do you zoom in? This completely sucks. Oh god, please help me zoom in. Let me just Google it. Visuals Studio Code. Crap. This is terrible. Control numpad 0. Is that what I did? Control plus or minus. Thank you. Yeah, this is good right here. All right, so I think I'm gonna call it right here for the stream. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and close all these extra. Gonna make sure everything's nice and tidy. Gotta keep everything tidy. Right? Close that. I don't need that. I don't know what this is for. Okay, let's okay. Well, we can go ahead and wait, let me make sure the firing animation is correct. I don't think that firing animation is correct. It's the last thing I'm gonna check. Let's go to EWT shotgun. Yeah, I don't see that animation playing. Yeah, I definitely don't see that. That's not the correct animation. You know what that means? First of all, let's fix the arm, the right arm. I mean, the left hand is kind of super extended. I don't like the way it's extended. So let's fix that. Right. I think it is doing it, but it is, but yeah, it's doing it. Gosh, obliterated that character. Shine. Shine. Don't forget the rolls. Yep. Let's talk about simulating physics. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn off all those debug spheres. And then we're good to go. And let me go ahead and copy this as well. Down here. And these actually Need to go out here. Okay, so there we go. Alright guys, hopefully this stream was informative. Take care, drink plenty of water and get plenty of gosh, I can't speak, man. I'm so freaking out of it. Drink plenty of water and get plenty of rest, guys. Don't forget to pray, because all the praise and glory goes to the Father, God, Lord and Savior Jesus Christ through the power